Hello, and welcome to Players and Creators, the wild, 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 wild man. So I'm still workshopping. Yeah, welcome to the welcome to the stream. I am the DM along with my wonderful, amazing players. Say hello, players.
Hello, players.
Hello,
Hello.
players.
Hello, players.
Uh, so yeah, so we'll get through our announcements very quickly, and then we will jump back into the game as unfortunately last week we did run into many technical difficulties as happened. And we were unable to have a stream. We're gonna have to make up for last week. But I'll get through everything quickly. So, first and foremost, this is every other week is where I actually stream for 5 days straight. So started yesterday with our D&D stream, Lost Mine of Fandelver. Hope that if you're unaware that that is a stream happening, it is a completely different campaign with different players, a lot of fun, and that is at the same time that this stream 30 p.m. but it's just on Wednesday. Then we have today, tomorrow, every Friday, 8 p.m., Friday Night Magic. If you are interested in Magic the Gathering, or if you are interested in Gathering Arena, more specifically, I do that every Friday night. I usually don't play randos, I play friends and people who are watching the stream. So if that's something you are interested in doing, by us, it'll be a lot of fun. Saturday at 4:30. I will be doing Old Man Plays Old Games. I completed my last old game last time. I will be starting a brand new old game. Brand new old game. XCOM 2 War of the Chosen, which essentially is a Star Trek The Next Generation, as many of the actors from The Next Generation are voicing all of the new characters, all of the characters in that. Phasing in and out. All right, let's see if I can fix that. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. There's always some kind of technical difficulty. As I was saying, Saturday I will be playing Old Man Plays Old Games, and that will be at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. There will be and again, the I love that game simply because uh, no to you don't owe me money yet. Yet there is a yet at the end of that. Um, anyway, as I was saying, um, Old Man Plays Old Games, XCOM 2, War of the Chosen. That will be the game I am going to be streaming this Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll be talking with the DM where I actually talk about D&D. I talk about things tabletop, whether you're trying to be a dungeon master or you're just a player who's interested. You get to ask me questions. I bring up a topic. We talk about that topic. And, occasionally it doesn't actually stay on that topic. It'll go off into other things that folks want to discuss and talk about. And that's perfectly fine. This week, I'm going to be talking about how to run encounters for your D&D sessions. So, folks who might be actually new DMs or even existing DMs who might have difficulties running different types of encounters for different level players, I will be talking about that specifically, how to run them for low level players, for mid level players, and for high level players, and how to make those things fun, how to make them engaging, and things like that. I want to thank Gene, who from Unconventional Heroes, who's also a player on my Lost Mine campaign, for suggesting that topic. We were talking about it. He thought it might be a good topic for talking with the DM, and I agreed. So that's what we'll be talking about this Sunday, and that's at 6 p.m. Eastern. We are also still doing our goals. As you can see, we have our Patreon patron goals, our Twitch sub goals, and our YouTube sub goals. They are slowly rising, so thank you for that support. But we want to try and get them up as high as we possibly can. Once again, for our Patreon patrons, if you decide to support the stream in that way, for the when we hit 25 patrons, we will actually, for this stream specifically, we will be doing a community created NPC. So you will actually help us create an NPC for this campaign that will actually be in this campaign. So that's when we hit 25 patrons. For every 100 Twitch subs, we will be doing a giveaway of a 3D printed mini, which is about, I say mini, but it'll actually be about 3 inches tall, of one of these lovely characters that you see here today of our players. That also includes the the other campaign as well. So that'll be every 100 Twitch subs, and for our YouTube subs, we're trying to get to 100 at the very least, so I can stop putting the random numbers and letters in as the actual as the actual name of the YouTube page, and actually name the page players and creators. But we will also start giving out doing giveaways for YouTube subs as well for every 100 subs, where we'll be giving random things that will help you in a campaign, whether you are our player or DM. So you might get dice, you might get a book that help, like a player's handbook, or things of that nature. So lots of exciting stuff as far as the giveaways are concerned. But at the very least, we thank you just for watching, and we just hope that you follow us so you know when the good stuff is on. Um, and that, I believe, is everything I have for announcements. So, with that, and I hope my sound is better on everyone's end there. Let's get everything started. Let's start with some music. Right, so last we had left off, our adventurers not only had been chased through the forest on their way to Zadash, north of Trostenwald, but they had made their way through the forest, choosing not to take the road to try and basically shake their pursuers. During the pursuit, they found themselves in dire straits in an area that seemed to be infested by these large insectoid type creatures. Thankfully, they used the area to their benefit, as they were continuously also chased. And the pursuers and these creatures actually began to fight amongst themselves, giving them ample opportunity to escape and continue through their long, arduous trek through the forest. As they continue to make their way through this forest, they did realize that it was going to take them almost twice the amount of time it would normally take them. And at this point in time, you've only been traveling for about a week, and you have about 3 more weeks before you actually get to your destination of Zadash. Occasionally, you've run into some complications that have only made it, some complications have made it more difficult to travel and have slowed you down, while some days have actually gone fairly well. Now, as a reminder, should you decide to continue down this route, at some point you will, each of you will have to make a roll to see how you progress throughout the day. And then based on that roll, we'll see what happens from there. At any time, should you decide to, you can actually make your way back to the main road, which would speed your progress up considerably. But again, that's a decision that all of you, would have to make in the game. At the moment that we had actually left, you had finished resting for an evening. Jarina had an interesting dreams. Some interesting things that happened. But thankfully, you seem at least for the moment to have a moment to think about what's happened. These pursuers who seem to be very interested in Squall. The interesting markings on their backs. What are those things mean? Some of you have had interesting interactions in your sleep. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and as you all awake in the morning, your thoughts kind of dwell on these things. You gather around together as you're eating breakfast and slowly beginning to break your camp to decide your next steps. So what would you all like to do? Jarina?
As we're eating breakfast, I want to get Phoebe's attention. Phoebe, can I talk to you for a second? Of course.
Quick question. I'm sorry. Before they start, I just remembered after you mentioned the bug thing. I grabbed papers from that place and I didn't think to read them. So while they're talking, can I read through the notes?
Yeah, sure, that's no problem.
Okay.
As you very quickly as you read through the notes, they seem to, a lot of the notes, what survived, because a lot of it was old and burned and torn. But from what you can make of those notes, there seems to be, on one page, seems to be a description of these insect creatures that you ran into. Another page describes what their habits are, what the burrowing in their homes look like. Another page talks about being out in this isolated area is the perfect place for these specimens. And you keep reading and reading, and again, a lot of it is like, it's like trying to piece together a puzzle. But by the time you finish going through a lot of these papers, it just seems to be kind of like journal notes or entries about about maybe the person who lived there in that cottage, and they seem to have just been watching these creatures, or trying to figure out what they were, or learning about them. It's still not clear, but that's pretty much all what you gather from those notes.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Okay,
It was
so
just in my head.
Jarina, Phoebe.
Before I continue with Phoebe DM, from my previous dream, does the voice sound like the same voice that I keep hearing whenever I do like my necrotic shroud or like hurt other creatures?
You when you do, actually, you know what? I will say make a wisdom check for me. Just a straight wisdom, just d20 and your wisdom modifier.
That will be a 15.
15. You don't necessarily hear a voice when you do those things. However, when you activate your necrotic shroud, or you toll the dead, or any kind of spell that you channel that does some kind of damage or harm, you do feel this kind of cold energy that comes along with it. Like there's just a feeling of cold. You don't feel like anger or rage or anything like that, but it's just like a very, wherever you're channeling this energy from, there is this coldness that accompanies it. But outside of that, you don't necessarily like hear a voice or anything like that.
So as I take Phoebe to the side, I proceed to I look a little unnerved. Phoebe, remember when we were in Trossenwald and I was telling you a little bit about my story after I read Hope's notes?
Of course. Yes.
What do you know about dreams? Is it possible for things to be, I don't know how to say. I'll just tell you my dream. And I proceed to tell her about my last dream, about the eyes, about the feeling the searing pain, about this these eyes telling me to kill, and me telling it that to basically just go fuck off, only for it to just have me in writhing pain. And I proceed to tell her about this cold energy that I feel whenever I use these spells that I just don't know anything about, and my transformation and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, given my travels, I'm asking you, DM. Should I roll an intelligence or history check to see if I run across anything like that?
I will say make an Arcana check for me.
Roll the 17 plus 4 Arcana, 21.
All right, so as Jarina describes all of these things to you, it doesn't sound familiar to you. It doesn't ring a bell. But you do remember with some of your friends. The discussions had taken on, some of your discussions were about dreams. And you do recall that a couple of times it was mentioned that while dreams are just sometimes dreams, sometimes the sometimes it's for certain beings, it is a way to communicate. But that's about all. That's about the only thing you could think of in this moment that would that would possibly have any impact on what Jarina is saying.
Just give me 1 minute. I'm checking something. I look to Jarina and I go, well, I've discussed it with some of my groups of people who are quite as inquisitive as I am, but it seems like a form of communication to the other side, or perhaps the place where your power derives from, is my best guess.
This doesn't feel like the Wild Mother, though. It doesn't. It.
Well, we did read that it was. Oh, what was it? Something happened to the lands a long time ago, so perhaps it's invested with other darker beings.
Okay. That kind of makes sense considering Hope wrote about having a dream about what happened to the woods. It's possible. I kind of just figured maybe you would know something being an elf and all. But
Well, given that I'm a paladin elf, our resources are limited travel-wise. I was only lucky because I'm an astronomer.
got it. Okay.
I mean, look at Rowan.
And I look at Rowan and see her. Hi. Okay. All right. Thank you, Phoebe. I hope we can figure this out.
Yes, we can look more into this because it's clear that you were very troubled by this, and I'm worried for you.
Well, I don't know what this thing is, and it keeps telling me to kill, and I don't want to kill anybody. I just want to live. I just want to survive. I want Maya to survive. I don't want to kill things unless I
understand
have to.
that. I understand that. And like I said, since this is from the way you have described it, you might be communicating something unintentionally. So it's because you don't know where you are, it likely or not, you just don't know how to control it. So if we can find a solution to that by doing more research, it should be helpful.
Maybe we should just stick together from now on.
I agree.
I look around for Maya.
Okay. She's snacking on that dead weasel that you had put by her. She doesn't seem to be in a rush. She's just kind of like tearing chunks of meat off of it a little bit, and she's like,
All right. Then I want to secure that fox to my pack and just start packing my stuff up.
okay. Does anybody else want to do anything, or are we all good?
I pack my things up.
My stuff is packed except for my books.
Okay.
I'm looking through my spells, making sure I have everything settled for the day.
Okay. Galen?
Hey, Rowan, you want to look at these papers? I think you
Sure.
can do better with this information than me.
I look at the papers. Oh, these are very old.
It's about the bugs that we were just dealing with.
Oh, I drew them too. I open up my sketchbook and I show him a picture of the bug. It's just a big page of one of the insectoids with just his eyes staring into your soul. How do you think I did?
It's pretty
No.
disturbing.
Well, I just closed the book. That's that.
All right, I'll look more into these. Was there a name for these insectoid beings?
DM, was there a name?
No, you didn't find anything other than descriptions.
No name.
I guess this would have been helpful before the fight, but I guess you get what you get. I put them in my sketchbook to look at later.
Okay.
Do you think it's safe to travel the road now? I think we'd make better time.
Asking me or the group?
Well, we're discussing, so I'm asking you and also the group, whoever's listening.
It's
Maybe.
morning, right?
Yeah, it's morning at this point.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, during the day, I believe we should travel stealthily because we are more susceptible to being spotted in the daylight.
It's okay if we're spotted. It just depends on who spots us.
Actually, where are we on the map?
We're a week away out of Trostenwald.
So are you asking me where you are on the map, or are you trying to figure out where you are on the map?
Both.
Okay. So let's see, shall we?
Because I know we're more than a week away. I just want to know if we're past one of the towns.
I need let's see. Anybody who is trying to figure out how far you are, I need you to make a survival check for me, please. All right. So, I'll just. All right. So we got Jarena. Jarena, what'd you get?
I got a not nat 23.
Okay. Sora,
17.
17. Anybody else? Let's see, Leah.
I got a nat 20 plus 2, 22.
Okay. Phoebe.
Rolled a 16 plus 3, 19.
Okay. Galen.
8.
8. Squall. You didn't roll. Okay. Rowan.
13.
All right. Yeah. As you roll out the maps and you take a look and you're trying to figure out, where exactly you're at, you all pretty much get, except for Galen and Rowan, you seem pretty confused by the maps. You're not entirely sure how far you went, as opposed to, is the map to scale, that kind of thing. But you get the impression, the rest of you, that you are somewhere possibly in this area here, or a little further to the west, maybe here. So it's a wide area that you could possibly be in, but that's the impression that most of you get. So you seem to be a little past Allfield, possibly.
So, are we going to the road or not? I think if we're past Allfield, then I think we should go, because I think there would be more people that know us there or know about our description.
Wasn't there something about Zadash, though, that we were supposed to be avoiding?
No, we were supposed to be going to Zadash. I'm with
Well, I
Rowan.
think
Maybe we can go to the road since we are more than likely past Allfield.
it was to answer your question, Sora. It was heavily suggested that Galen and school not attend us in town. If we were to visit other towns, but for Zadash, we might have to discuss that further.
Maybe their best bet would be staying out of the town until we come out.
We're still a long ways away from Zadash.
That's why I believe we should discuss it further, because although they're capable of handling their own, they should have one of us as a chaperone.
I vote we continue on the road to Zadash from here.
I agree.
All right then.
Okay, so you decide to make, you're going to make your way east, onto the Amber Road, and begin to make your way further north up to Zadash.
Julia, what was your opinion? I didn't hear you.
Oh no, I said I agree.
All right, so you all begin to pack up, break camp. Leah, as you begin to start to pack up your things and prepare yourself for the day, you go over to your pack and you find that it is wide open and many of your belongings are strewn on the ground outside of your pack. That is not the way you left it.
Hey guys, was your stuff touched last night?
Was mine?
No, mine was nice and tidy.
No.
Don't think so.
As you all check your things, they seem to be exactly the way you left it the previous evening.
As I'm packing
Curious,
up my
sir.
stuff, I'd like to ask Lucy if Lucy did this.
Okay, so Lucy is currently it's currently still a little mouse in your pouch. So you pull Lucy out and you ask Lucy.
Lucy, did you see anybody touch my stuff?
Lucy did not see anybody touch Master's things.
Did Lucy touch our things?
No, Master did not ask me to touch Master's things. Does Master want Lucy to touch things?
No, that's okay. Did you have breakfast?
No.
I'm gonna give Lucy some breakfast. Okay, have some breakfast. Let's get our stuff. Is there anything missing from my pack?
So as you give Lucy the food, Lucy just just I need you to make a perception check for me.
Nine plus 6, 15.
15. Okay. Um, as you're gathering up your things, you're kind of looking through everything and you're kind of putting stuff back in your pack. It looks like everything's there. It just looks like everything has just been strewn out of your pack, except for one thing: the large skull necklace is missing.
Is gone. Does it look like the bag was dumped or ransacked and everything thrown out?
With that perception roll, you take a look at your pouch, you take a look at your bag, and it looks like one of the straps is ripped open, like it was torn. But as you're looking at it, you hear a voice over your shoulder. It says, "You know what it looked like. You know what it looks like to me." And this is
What?
going to sound crazy, but you know me. Um, looks like something broke out from inside the bag. Like it pushed its way
wonderful.
out.
Great.
Was it your little creepy thing?
Oh no, he lives in my pocket now.
Right. Okay, sure. Oh, that's what it looks like to me. I mean, like I said, I could be crazy. I don't know.
No one would ever call you crazy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Are there any footprints around the sack? Are there anything that looks like it was dragged off, carried away, ran away, or flew?
Not that you could see with that perception roll, unfortunately. You kind of look around. I mean, you could take some time if you want to look around and out, around the campsite if you want. But you let me know if that's what you want to do.
I would like to do that. I'm gonna also let everybody know what happened. Guys, the ogre necklace is missing. So if one of you don't have it, somebody was in our camp last night and took it. Although it does look like it burst out of the bag and took off on its own, which is, horrifying in its own right.
I didn't
look to-
notice anything during watch.
I look to Ronan and I say, "Doesn't your odd hat produce rats?"
My hat? Yeah, it produces rats. Why?
Perhaps one snuck out and got into the bag?
You have to conjure them. I didn't conjure any rats last night.
Rowan, you, you want to be a dog and give it a good sniffing?
Perhaps that's
All
a
right.
good idea.
I wild shape into a mastiff,
Okay.
and I happily sniff everyone's butts, and then go over to the pack
No.
and start sniffing around.
Sure. So you
I
want
swat her on the nose. Sorry.
you what? Yep. Rowan does her thing. Shifts in a mastiff. It's a mastiff form. Rowan, you start to sniff around where Leah's pack was. You start sniffing. Make a perception check for me with advantage. As you do get advantage, I believe as a mastiff. For smelling things. What'd you get? What'd you get, Rowan?
I got a nat 20.
Okay, for a total of.
I gotta check my dog stats. Hold on.
All right, it would be +3.
23.
So 23. Okay. Alrighty. So you start sniffing around, and immediately you get this smell of rot and decay, and it just almost like bo. It's just really it's really a really nasty, pungent smell. And it seems to like emanate from the bag as a whole, and then you get a scent, and it seems to be the scent is leading away from the pack, leading away from the campsite, heading more west away from the campsite. You start moving, you start following. Is anybody following with her? Leah. Okay, so Leah is right behind you as you're moving, and you're just kind of sniffing. You get to a point where it's just about 100 feet outside of your campsite, and now you're actually getting into some pretty dense brush at this point. And you're sniffing and you're sniffing. This time make a survival check for me. As your mastiff.
I rolled another 20.
A natural 20 or just
Yeah, a natural 20.
Okay.
I really like these digital dice today.
All right, that's great. All right, so you start kind of sniffing around and start like using your paw to kind of move some of the brush aside, and as you move the brush aside, you see this groove in the ground, and it looks like it looks almost like drag marks, but it's a pretty deep groove, and it's odd, like there seems to be like these five indents um, that occasionally like break in the ground, and then there's just like like something dragging, and it's not large at all, which is why probably Leah, well, you probably missed it initially. It is not a large groove, but now you can actually find it, and as you sniff, it's that same smell, and then you keep going and you keep going. Um, you're now about another 100 feet away from that original setting. So you're about 200 feet outside of the camp. When all of a sudden the smell is now like intense. Like you are definitely close. You are on the scent. Make one more perception check for me.
Guys, I've been gone for a while.
With
I'll go
advantage.
follow them.
Yeah, with advantage.
I'll go with you. Isn't I?
13.
Thank you.
13. Okay, that's enough. Yeah. As you can actually now, you're close. You can really smell it. It's closer. It's getting closer. You only get about 20 more feet. When you actually feel like this is it. This is the area because you go a little further and then the scent just stops. And you're all right. We're here, and you just keep. You've got your snout right into the ground. You're using your paws. You're moving. You brush away, and Leah, you see this both at the same time. Rowan sees this. Uh, you see what looks like some soft dirt, like something was like dug up and then covered.
I'd like to dig up the pile. Carefully check for traps first.
Make an investigation check for me.
+19 +2 is 21.
21. Okay. So Leah, you see this and you kind of rush up and you start checking, you start looking, and at just as you are about to kind of brush some of the dirt to the side, very carefully, just to try and see if it's trapped or there's something there, all of a sudden, this hand shoots out of the ground. Uh, this large, massive, gnarled, leathery hand with these very sharp, pointed black claws shoots up out from this dirt pile and goes to swipe at your hand. Um, make a dexterity saving throw for me.
+17 +6.
Okay, yeah.
23.
Yeah, easy enough. You're able to dodge out of the way before this hand actually does anything to you. And as it misses, it just kind of like the claws embed themselves in the dirt, lift back up, and then it slowly starts to retract back into the ground. You didn't find any kind of traps or anything, but you were able to see quickly enough that there was something under there. You continue to kind of like you use your foot or a stick to kind of like move some of the dirt away, and the claw again just kind of shoots out and just grabs at the stick. You let it grab at the stick. It kind of holds the stick there, and it's trying to. You can see that it's trying to crush the stick in its hand. And you start to kind of kick the dirt loose around, and you can see that there is a wrist, and then there is a partially formed forearm. And at the end of this partially formed forearm, you see muscle and tendons and blood. But the blood is not dripping. The blood is coagulated in these tendrils that are completely wrapped around this skull. The skull necklace that you are looking for. The skull itself doesn't look the same, as it seems to have formed muscle around itself. and also some tendons. And this arm is shooting out of what essentially is the back of the skull. So you can see the eye sockets, the large eye sockets, the nose hole. It's all red and gory looking, um, but it is just facing away from you uh, as this hand is just kind of trying to crush this branch, which it actually eventually does. It just breaks it in its hand, drops it, and just kind of like seems to just be waiting there for some more movement. What would you like to do?
I would like to chop at the hand with my rapier.
Okay, easy enough. I would say actually, let's say roll for attack. You have advantage because at this point in time it can't really move very well.
So is this thing like the Thing
You don't see
monster?
you don't see it. You're not
I
there
know,
yet.
but I'm me as the actual player. Is it like the Thing monster coming out of a skull?
Yeah, kind of.
So 14 plus 7 is 21. The
Okay.
rapier's plus 7.
Okay. Roll damage for me.
Hey, do I get sneak attack?
Not in this instance. No, it knows you're there,
Okay.
and it's not really threatened by Rowan at the moment. You're the only threat that it's facing at this moment.
I rolled an 8 plus 5 is 13.
Okay, so you begin to start chopping at the chopping at this hand, and you are able to you start cutting where at the generally around the wrist because that is the largest target. The hand and the wrist itself, um, and you get eventually to bone. There is a fully formed bone, um, and the hand itself is now from the wrist itself where you're cutting into it there is actual blood pouring out from it. It's very, very weird. It's very odd. Um, but you get to bone, and the hand itself is not moving very well. It seems to be like spazzing slightly, spasming, um, but it's still moving. You hit it again, and then it stops moving. Blood continuing to pour from the wounds that you gave it, and it's currently unmoving at this time.
I would like to use the rapier to dig up the rest of it and kick it a little.
Okay. Yeah, you kick it, you dig it up a little more. And as you're digging it up, and are you actually touching the skull?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. So what are you using to dig it up?
The end of the rapier.
Okay. So you're using the end of the rapier, you're digging it up, and you start kicking it a little bit. It's not unmoving at this moment. The hand itself is unmoving, but you start to see that the tendrils of tendons and muscles and this coagulated blood, they are moving. Like they are slowly like writhing and moving. Not in a threatening way, but they're just kind of like it's a general like pulsing and movement of these things.
All right. What are you doing? Isn't this was my necklace, right?
Yeah,
So what are you doing, necklace? Didn't we have a deal?
there's no response.
Okay. Does it still look like the necklace?
There is still a chain attached to it. But there
Okay.
is but there is just all this muscle and tendon and everything just like formed over the skull. You can see it is the same skull, but it's just like it's as if somebody pulled all the skin off of something, and like a living skull. That's what you see, but just around this massive skull, and the chain
So
is
I have
still attached.
okay. I have gloves and stuff, so I'm gonna get a stick and I'm gonna pick up the chain and I'm gonna wrap my rope around the chain, and I'm just gonna drag it out of the hole.
Okay.
And so we got like a head with an arm attached to it and a chain, like it's starting to grow out of the necklace.
Yes. That's exactly
Okay.
what it looks like.
I'm gonna kick it a little more to make sure it's asleep, and then drag it back to camp.
Okay. You kick it a little more. Not really any kind of response to the kicking, but the tendrils, the tendons and everything, there is still that kind of like pulsing to it. And you drag.
I'm whining the whole time.
I am sure you are. Um, but yeah, you eventually pull it back to your campsite. The rest of you all see Rowan as her mastiff kind of break through the bushes, and you're like, oh, well, there's Rowan, and then you see Leah, and she's dragging something, and then she brings it very clearly into the middle of your camp, and you all now see this.
What the actual fuck is that?
What the devil is that?
Don't you recognize the yogurt necklace, guys?
Yes.
Well, last I recall, it did not have limbs.
Actually, I don't recognize it because this character was not in that fight. However, I look at the arm there and the skull and the fact that it's bleeding, and I decide to use my dragon breath on it.
Okay. So yeah, so you watch without consulting any of you or saying any kind of warning. Sora just walks right up to it, seems freaked out, opens her mouth, and just this straight line of fire, this gout of fire, just shoots from her mouth, and just engulfs the whole thing. Leah, you jump out of the way as it happens, completely taken aback, like not expecting this at all. Um, and it only lasts for a short moment. But when Sora stops breathing fire onto it, you now there is this smell of burnt flesh, and the actual arm, hand, and the what there was of muscle and tendons on the skull are now just smoking, and just a continuous billow of smoke from there's little wisps of fire along some of it as well, as it continues to burn, even after Sora finishes her display.
I turn to the group and say, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to startle you. Things like that are unnatural and remind me of trolls.
That's interesting. Because oh wait, no, those were ogres. Never mind.
Drina,
Is it still moving?
make a perception check.
I got a 16.
16. As you're taking a look, there doesn't seem to be any movement that you can detect at all.
Is it just charred or is it incinerated?
It's charred.
I want to poke it.
Okay, you poke it.
Nothing?
Nope, nothing happens. It's there. It's gruesome. It is now even more gruesome that it's charred. Um, but if you're looking for movement or anything like that, no.
I want to do something I've never done in game before. I want to invoke Eyes of the Grave.
Okay. You all watch as Jorina's eyes flash and all of a sudden turn completely black. Um, and it's only there for a moment, and then it quickly reverts back. And Jorina, as you do this, there is a there is no. Let me say something real quick. Hold on. I want to make sure I get this right. The Yeah. Yeah, you do not get any sense of undead around you.
Is it just an inkling that I feel? Because I've never used this before, so I don't even know that I'm capable of sensing.
Yeah, you just, I mean, the thought pops into your mind of, is this a dead thing? How do I know if it's a dead thing? And instantly, your eyes flash. And you can feel it. Like, you can feel that kind of surge of energy in your eyes. Um, and your vision essentially goes black and white. And you kind of like scan around yourself for a moment and kind of look around, and just as quickly as you do it, it ends. But you get the impression, you get the sense that you would have probably saw something or felt something during that moment, and you didn't. So you don't think it's undead.
Got it. I step away
I
from it.
I changed back into an elf and I addressed Leah. Are we still taking this fucking thing with us? This is terrible.
I don't think we should leave it alive because it's probably going to want to either chase us or it could hurt us in other ways. And the smell will definitely follow us if it starts to pursue us. But we have to figure out how to kill it.
I would say build a fire around it. I cannot use my breath weapon again, as I've already used it once.
You think it's damaged? Maybe we can just smash it with something.
Go ahead, try.
I think it's got to be disintegrated.
Would it
I
magic
look
be
for a
here?
rock.
Yeah, easy enough. There's a number of different sized rocks in around your campsite.
Uh, Sora, this is a magical item. Wouldn't you know how to get rid of such things? Or have an idea?
It would have to be unbound, and I cannot do that.
I find a decent rock and I go over to the what's left of the skull
Okay.
and I instead of smashing it, I stand above it and then I just drop the rock from a height.
Okay. You drop the rock from a certain height. It falls onto the skull and just it hits the top of the skull and then just kind of rolls off.
No damage.
Doesn't seem to have damaged it in any way.
Sora, translation. What does unbound mean?
Depending on the type of magic used, it would have to be made inoperable. So it would you would have to unbind the magic from the item.
Do you have a
Okay.
pouch or something that can carry this thing so it can't escape?
I do not.
It literally grew a hand and crawled out of the bag. That's weird.
That's cool as fuck, but yeah.
All right, so let's.
If we're
I
gonna
guess.
take it with us, take it with us.
Yeah.
Question, DM. Would a
Yes.
bag of holding be able to keep it inside, or would it eventually find its way out?
Do you have a bag of holding?
I'm not sure. I was going to ask if anybody in the group did, but I wanted to ask that question
Well,
first.
all right. Well, technically, without having experience with a bag of holding, you wouldn't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to try not to again metagaming. I understand, like we all love D&D. Just uh, you have to make sure you know something by asking the DM. So
Do I have something I can wrap it in?
I don't know. Do you? Like, I'm sure you have like bedding and things like that. You could probably use.
Maybe
Um,
Lucy has a solution.
at this point in time, you're all standing around it, and you see it just still smoking. The wisps of fire have gone out at this point. And then you watch as it twitches. The hand.
This is not going to end well.
Are there
gonna
any
try-
near? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are there any rivers nearby, or a lake of some kind?
If it grew a hand to get out of the bag, what would stop a river or a lake from it growing a whole body and getting out?
Aren't we seeing a wizard?
I was thinking of him, but it's a long journey, and this thing seems potentially dangerous.
Yeah, I don't want a disembodied hand strangling me in my sleep, so.
As you say that, you all hear this as the hand seems to kind of twitch a few more times, and then the hand just stretches, and then puts itself on the ground and begins to pull itself and the skull along with it across the ground.
Which direction is it heading?
The same direction it was going in the first place.
Perhaps it's looking.
And it's pretty fast. It is.
Perhaps it's trying to go somewhere in particular. Because it seems it has no interest in us.
I take my shillelagh and I smack it as hard as I can.
Roll for an attack.
Well, this is some entertainment.
It's kind of pathetic.
So is my roll. I hit it for 6.
Well, no. What you have to roll for attack first.
I rolled a 6.
Oh, you rolled a 6? Okay.
Yeah.
As you bring your shillelagh down on it, it stops, spins around, and grabs the shillelagh. And then it pushes it away, turns back around. It is now 20 feet away from all of you.
I have a spell that might work. It's an acid. I can choose acid. That's the only thing I can think of that might begin a disintegration process.
Leah?
I'm gonna go after it and ask Varys very quietly what he thinks.
Alright, so you go after it and you ask, the fuck do you mean? What do I think? I don't know what this is. Did you first the little thing that you and now the fuck is this? I don't know.
So I'm gonna kick it again and then drag it back.
Okay. You kick it where you kick it in the skull. It kind of topples over slightly. The hand does kind of start waving around like in your direction, seemingly agitated that its progress was halted. How are you dragging it back?
Same way as before with the rope.
Okay. You start pulling the rope. Alright, and it is now digging its hand in the ground, trying to stop you. Make an athletics check for me.
4 plus 7 is 11.
This isn't moving. You are tugging and pulling at this, and the hand, and again, to give you a better perspective, this isn't like a humanoid-sized hand. This is like a large, large hand. Um, it is probably 4 hands put together. Like you could fit your hand, you could fit 4 of your hands in this hand, Leah. Um, and it is just dug into the ground, and you're yanking and you're pulling, and it's not going anywhere.
Lucy,
Can I
do you
make some
mind
sort of-
giving me a hand?
What was that, Leah?
Lucy, do you mind giving me a hand? I'm gonna ask Lucy to pull it to pieces if he feels up to it.
Lucy kind of jumps out, transforms back into its natural form, and just looks up at you, a little confused. Looks at this hand thing.
Lucy does not know what to do with this thing. What does Master want Lucy to do?
Step on its finger so it can't get any grip.
Make
Make a persuasion check for me.
Two plus 4 is 6.
Lucy looks up at you, actually lifts up its foot, looks down at its tiny little foot, looks at the hand, looks up at you, shrugs, just runs over to the hand and just begins like on one finger, because that's about the only thing it can actually fit its tiny little foot on, and just starts doesn't seem to have the effect you might want it to have.
DM, can I make some sort of perception check? Because my character notices that it's adamant about getting away. Perhaps it's leading to something?
You want to make a check specifically. What are you trying? Are you trying to what determine?
I notice how adamant it is about getting away. I want to see if maybe because I don't know if it's like an intelligence check. You know, like do I think it's trying to go somewhere that we should follow it, or
I would say roll. Yeah, roll a straight intelligence check for me.
Sora, I like your acid idea.
Galen is just sitting down and just enjoying this like tug of war with this
You said,
disembodied hand.
you said intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like a ridiculous. Like you're all just watching this happen. Leah's trying to pull. Lucy is just like trying to stomp on this finger very unsuccessfully.
So
it's not going anywhere.
I rolled a 14 plus 2, so 16.
16. Looking at this strange display going on, and thinking about like it seemed to have broken out of the bag, and it's trying to go away. It obviously is trying to get away from all of you. You don't have enough information to go on. One, you don't know what it is. Two, you're not sure what's in the direction it's going in. And three, it's just it's creepy and disturbing as fuck. And without more understanding of it, it's difficult to try and ascertain a guess.
Who had this necklace the longest?
That
I
would be
point
me.
at Leah.
Have you? Do you know what it does?
You were with me when we got it. It gives ogre strength.
I understand that, but it's magical in nature. You know, I don't know the specific properties of it.
It seems pretty
Perhaps
dangerous.
that could.
I think we should try to destroy it.
I don't think we should leave it alive. What if we can't kill it as a hand? I mean, what are we gonna do if this thing turns into a full-blown demon dead ogre and comes after us?
That's true. However, just given how it's trying to get away from us, you know.
To grow back its whole body.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Start a new life in another town.
I start the campfire back up.
Acid.
Okay.
All right, do as you will.
So you want me to cast a spell?
Yes, please.
Visual, voice. It says voice. It says VSM. So I'm not quite sure what it all means.
Oh, that's that's what you need to cast the spell. It's verbal, somatic, and materials. So
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn.
DMCA.
Oh, I forgot. And I cast a chromatic orb of acid at the thing.
Oh, okay. All right. So you said chromatic orb.
4-inch diameter sphere of energy at a creature that you can see within range.
Mhm.
You choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder, and make a ranged spell attack against the target. If the attack hits, the creature takes 3d8 damage of the type you choose.
Okay. So roll for an attack against the skull. You have advantage because it is currently not moving and is just, between Leah holding on to it, it's considered essentially grappled at this point.
Squall, you want to sit next to me and just watch this craziness?
10?
Sure.
Yeah.
This is quite enjoyable.
Okay. So you cast a spell. You all watch as again Sora holds open. She's holding her spell book, opens up the page. She seems to actually draw energy from the book itself. Sora, you feel that squirming on the cover of the book once again, but you don't give it a second thought at the moment, as you're kind of fixated on casting the spell onto this thing. Um, and as the energy is drawn from the book, it forms into this sickly green, uh, looking type of orb that starts to slowly drip and just like as the dripping hits the ground, and it just shoots it. It hits the skull, specifically the skull, not the actual arm. You get the actual skull part of it, and you all watch as the arm itself just starts shaking and twitching. It stops gripping the ground, and it is just spasming violently as the acid just starts to slowly drip all over the skull. Roll your damage, Sora.
You want to trust in Squall? I got a couple.
That's 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay.
Wait, do I add the 4 to each die or just to all of or just all together?
No, you said it's 3D 3D8.
It's 3d8.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's all you roll is
Okay.
3D8.
Well, no, I was talking about the +4
You don't get a +4 for this spell. It is just 3d8 damage.
Yeah, I do.
If the attack hits, the creature takes 3d8 damage of the type you choose. That's it. Just 3d8 damage.
So I don't get to add my spell attack?
No, the spell attack is when you're rolling to attack it. That's what the +4 is. Not for the damage. Not for the damage.
Okay.
Just for the attack.
Gotcha. I was confused for a second. Sorry.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah. So, you watch as it's slowly starting to dissolve and melt, and at some point, as you're watching this, the actual forearm and hand is actually just burned away from the actual skull, and it just plops itself onto the ground, unmoving, and the acid just continues to burn through the tendons and the muscles on the skull. The chain, Leah, is completely just melted off at this point, leaving the hole. Just there is still the hole in the skull where the chain was actually looped through.
I would like to pick up the hand with a stick and throw it in the flames of the fire that I just built up.
Okay, easy enough. Yeah, you're able to do that without an issue. You throw it in, and now there is just like this heavy black smoke starting to come from the fire as it burns the flesh of this massive forearm and hand. Doesn't move. It doesn't twitch or spasm while it's in the fire, but it is giving off that wonderful, wonderful burning flesh smell. That would normally smell like bacon, but it doesn't. It's pretty nasty and disgusting, and the black smoke is just billowing out, going further and further up into the sky, just making this column of black smoke.
Wonderful.
You do continue to watch as the acid burns away the last remnants of the tendons and muscles and flesh on the skull. And after about 5 or 10 minutes, you watch as, even though there's still a little bit of like flesh and muscle here and there, the skull itself is now mostly back to its original form of being a skull.
Is it metal or is it bone?
It looks like bone.
Is it charred enough to be crushed to powder?
It is not charred at all. The skull itself doesn't seem to have taken any damage from the acid. Whereas you would probably assume that maybe it would like leave some kind of pock marks or nothing. It seems like a very smooth, untouched on the pieces that you can see. Because as I said, there's still some bits of flesh and muscle still on the skull. But that flesh is just like it's nasty and acid ridden, and but it's still on the skull. But the parts of the skull that are visible, very smooth, very pristine looking, as if nothing happened to the skull itself.
Leah, has anybody attempted to identify this piece?
I brought it to the guy in Trostenwald where we were getting supplies from, and he wanted to buy it for thousands of pieces of gold, but he couldn't give me much information on it.
That's strange. He probably almost definitely knew more than he was telling if he wanted to give you that much money.
Definitely.
Would you like me to take a look at it?
Of course.
And you
Sorry.
can throw it on the fire too if you want, but I don't think it's going to do anything. Isn't that
Um.
the skull that resurrected the dead ogres?
Mhm.
Yes.
You
Oh,
don't know that, Sora.
sorry. I know. I know. Sorry.
I know it's confusing.
I take the amulet and I cast identify on it.
The skull?
Yeah.
Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
That's a 15.
Okay. So, as you grab the skull, the first thing you feel is this surge of energy, of strength, of power. Your muscles feel hot against your own skin. Um, you feel this incredible rush of strength and energy. And you hear in your mind, ah, excellent. Someone new. So, are you to be my new master?
Not quite. I want to know what you are first.
Well, I'm a tool. I'm an item that can give you vast amounts of strength, as I'm sure you can feel currently, and help you and your companion. Some of your other companions didn't feel the need to use me and kept me hidden away. So it seems like now possibly you might be interested.
Um. Hmm. Leah had you for a reason, so DM, do I sense any sort of evil coming from it, or
Do you have something that would give you that ability?
can I do an Arcana check?
Well, you said you were going to identify it, right?
Yeah, that's what I was initially doing.
Okay. Um, so as you're having this conversation with the skull, and the rest of you are actually watching her kind of hold the skull and talk to herself. Um, she just kind of looks at it, talking, seems to be talking to herself, and then you watch her eyes flash like a blue color as she begins to mutter under her breath. And you hear in your mind, Sora, no, 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 this not necessary. And immediately, uh, you know exactly what this is, and I'm about to send you that information uh, in your notes. So give me 1 second. Send that, and then you can decide if you want to share it with everyone else.
Thank you, thank you.
I will tell you that it is called the Troger Skull Necklace. Everything else, as I said, I will leave it up to your discretion whether you want to share it with the group or not. Meanwhile, while Sora is having this interesting one-way conversation, what are the rest of you doing?
Making sure the flames fully engulf this troll hand.
Okay. Yeah, as you're watching, eventually the smoke starts to dissipate and is no longer smoke, but you watch as the flesh just gets burned away. There's still plenty of muscle and tendons that are visible, as well as bone. Very, very large, thick bone. But the fire eventually goes out as the blood and everything that is starting to just like emanate and bubble and pop from this forearm and hand just kind of overwhelm the fire itself and actually just put the fire out. But it seems very charred, very, very just destroyed. It's not moving at all.
Well, this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't type item. So, if you attune it, within 5 days you become a Troger. All your racial abilities are now that of the Troger. You keep your normal stats, but your strength stays at 21, and your intelligence is reduced by 1. After 12 days of not being worn or attuned, the skull begins to regenerate the body of a Troger whose personality is that of the item. Once regeneration begins, it will take 12 days to fully restore the body. Attuning the necklace forces the regeneration to fail. After attunement, the item can only become unattuned through a remove curse spell or death.
Do we know what a Troger is?
Ooh. Anybody who wants to know what a Troger is, make an Arcana check.
I doubt my character would know, so I'm not going to roll it.
No problem. No worries. All right, so I will go down the line. Jarina.
I got an 8.
Actually, Jarina, you can roll religion on this. Rowan, what'd you get?
23.
23. Okay, Sora?
In my travels, I have not come across a Troger or any information whatsoever about it. I
Okay.
got a 3.
Okay. Squall? No? Okay. Leah?
Squall just knows he needs to swing his sword at it. He doesn't care.
Okay. Leah?
13.
Phoebe?
16.
Galen? Oh, yeah, you said you're not going to. Jarina, what'd you get?
I got a 16 on religion.
Okay. So, let's see. Yeah. Rowan, you're the only one who's ever heard of a Troger.
Can you explain it to me?
Mm-hmm. And it's very rare. And in fact, you really thought it was just theory more than anything else. However, Troger, what you know about Trogers
That roll was an accident.
They were created by a demi-lich known as Vecna. Trogers are the worst cross between trolls and ogres. Given average intelligence in order to make them better soldiers, the magic that kept them intelligent was limited to the Verstglade area. Once a Troger left the area, they devolved into mindless beasts that ran on their troll instincts. Once truly killed, the only thing left of the Troger is their skull, which when worn can create another Troger. If left to its own devices, the skull will form into its own Troger.
I tell everybody this, and I tell them I thought it was just a legend.
So what you're saying is we have to keep this thing under acid.
I would suggest finding a wizard that can actually unbind the magic.
One we
this
can
item.
trust.
Yeah.
Because if we don't trust him, he's probably going to use it for its super strength or whatever.
The voice is actually what might entice him, but highly doubtful. For a learned wizard.
Are you still holding the skull, Sora?
I have gently placed it on the ground at this point.
Okay.
Yes, Sarah?
Aren't we going to visit one of our newest family members from the Van Horn?
I hear he's eccentric, but yes.
Why don't we just take it to him?
I was thinking of that, but I also have reservations since we've never met him.
If he's part of the family, then I think we should lay our trust as much as we can in this person.
Given our limited resources, we can't exactly afford to be skeptical.
Yeah, it essentially this thing is going to grow again, because I would not suggest attuning to it, as it will turn you into the Troger, Leah.
I figured something like that was up when it was asking for commitments.
And that's within 5 days. Within 12 days, I would say, at the growth rate, we would have maybe 6 days before we could effectively stop the growth again.
Could we maybe just burn it every night as a precautionary measure?
We could set it in the fire overnight so it doesn't grow again. We can give that a try.
That works.
Well, if it somehow gets out of the fire overnight, then we should be taking watches, just in case.
Yeah,
We
we've
should
been
be
doing that anyway.
Yeah, we should be taking watch anyway, especially after being
Well, I only
chased.
implied that because somehow we've managed to have this thing rip out of a satchel and crawl away.
Who was on
So we
last
should be
watch?
a tad more vigilant, is all I'm
Well-
saying.
Well, at least we know we can track it again if we have to. Let's get out of here because I just burned a troll hand in a fire, and you know how black and greasy that smoke is.
Yes, I suggest we move.
Finally, let's go.
Okay. So what are you doing with the skull?
Put it in the sack for now.
How are you putting it in the sack?
Wrapping it up in some bed linens.
Okay. How are you getting it into the linen? This
By
it's,
holding
it's
it
very.
pick it.
and rolling
This is
I've already touched it, so I pick it up and I wrap it in the linen. I
Sora.
hand it to Leah.
Sora, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Yet again.
Doesn't have acid on it.
Gosh darn it. I got 10.
Okay. As you pick up the skull, you feel that rush of energy again. And this time, you realize, you know what? This is more useful than it is dangerous. This is definitely need to attune to this. This is going to come in handy. And, we're going to go see that wizard who will probably be able to help us. So you can keep it safe. The best way to keep it safe, to keep it out of the wrong hands, is just keep it in your own hands. You're responsible. You're reliable. You can do this. And you all watch as Sora kind of picks up the skull, goes to put it in. She goes to put it into the necklace, and into the linen. And as she does, she stops, pulls back, looks at it, goes into her bag, pulls out a piece of rope, starts to pull it into the hole of the skull, ties off a knot, puts it around her neck.
Sir, what the hell are you doing? Get that off.
Sora?
I
Sorry,
tackle
take
her
it
to the
off.
ground immediately.
I begin to struggle. Say, no, this is going to be very useful.
No, no, no.
That's
It's
not
messing
you.
with you.
All right, hold on. There's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. So, Galen, you said you're going to tackle her.
Yes, just get her on the ground.
Okay, I need you to make roll an attack against Sora. Sora, you gonna fight him on this?
Oh yes,
All right.
because this thing has me under its.
Actually, hold on. Is there anybody else that's doing anything? All right. So this is what we're gonna do. Anybody who is going to try to do something at this moment, watching Sora do this, I need you to roll initiative. Sora, including you. All right. So I'm just gonna go down the line. If you're rolling initiative to do something, just give me the number. If you're not doing anything, just I'm not doing anything. All right. Jarina.
12.
12. Rowan.
I'm not rolling.
Okay. Sora.
7.
7. Squall. Okay.
Nope, not rolling.
All right. Leah.
18.
All right. Phoebe.
18.
And Galen.
20 non-nat.
Okay. So. All right. So you all watch Sora do this. The first person that will be able to do anything is Galen. Galen, what are you doing?
I'm going to grapple her.
Okay. Roll for an attack.
What would be? Would it be unarmed strike or no?
No. You're gonna roll to see to it. This is a grapple,
Oh.
so it's an unarmed.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to double check something real quick.
Yeah, because.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's just combat actions. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. So.
Today's not my day. That's a 5.
5. Yeah. So you go to grapple Sora. Sora sees you coming and just kind of dodges out of the way. You completely miss her. All right. Phoebe, you're next. Actually, no. Leah, you're next. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to grab and rip the necklace off of her neck because it's just hung with cord.
Okay.
Grab it by the cord.
All right. I will say. Yeah. Roll an attack. This will be another grapple. Actually,
Is
no.
that
Actually, no. All right. So I want to make sure that I wanted to make sure I was doing this correctly, and I'm not. So this is what we're gonna do. So you're trying to grab this off of her neck. So I need you to make an athletics check for me, Leah. Sora, I need you, because you're gonna try and get out of the way, to make an acrobatics check.
the athletics check is a 15.
All right, 15. Sora, what did you get?
15.
Okay.
This is gonna get interesting.
Yeah. So technically speaking, wow. I hate ties. Give me 1 second while I check this. I want to make sure that we're doing this correctly. Go into the book. When in doubt, go to the book. Here we go. All right. I believe that when you actually tie, the person that you're fighting against actually does win. So Leah, you go to grab for the necklace, and Sora is too quick for you, and actually dodges out of the way. Phoebe, is now your turn.
I'm going to try and rip the necklace off for next.
All right, same thing. Athletics check for you, Phoebe. Sora, acrobatics check for you. Phoebe, what'd you get?
You said athletics?
Yep.
23.
Sora,
Not
what'd you
20.
get? What'd you get?
7.
7. Yeah, so Sora, as you dodge out of Leah's hands, you actually turn and realize too late that Phoebe is right there, and she grabs the skull and rips it away from you. Phoebe, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Wisdom?
Yep.
17.
17. You feel this rush of energy and strength, and you feel like you should put this on, and then you're able to kind of like, no, no, no. There was a reason why we were pulling this out of Sora's hands, and you go and you grab it, you put it into the sheet, you tie off the sheet, and you put it there. Sora, you are pissed. You need that skull. You have to get that skull back.
I sit quietly and seethe.
I turn
and
to Sora
and
I
start
go,
making plans to get it back. Maybe during the evening.
Okay. The rest of you don't know that. You just see Rowan seething as she is no longer has the skull around her neck.
I'm not seething.
I'm sorry, Sora.
Sora, are you back with us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for fixing my folly.
Can I make a
can I make a
a
deception?
can I make an insight check as she says that?
Can I make a deception check too?
Who are you trying to deceive, Phoebe?
Oh no, I meant can I see if she's, hiding anything because of what happened?
Oh, all
Or
right.
is that inside as well?
That's insight also. So yeah, Galen and Phoebe, both you can both make insight checks. Sora, make a deception check for me. Phoebe, what did you get?
15 plus 3, 18.
Galen?
13.
13. Sora, what'd you get?
I don't know how to add my plus to it. I got a 14.
Galen, she seems to be on the level. She seems pissed off, but she seems to be like truthfully grateful. Phoebe, she's pissed and she's lying.
I walk over to Jarena and I pull her away while I have the bag with me. And I whisper to her, keep an eye out. I think the necklace has affected Sora.
Okay.
So as all of this has been happening for a good portion of the morning at this point, you finally are able to break camp, begin to make your trek east to find the Amber Road. Yes, Ron?
I'd like to bury this freakish hand and also try to remove any traces of our campsite from the area.
Okay. So you're able to to bury the hand without an issue, but to hide any traces, I'm gonna need you to make a survival check, and the DC will be pretty high on this because you're a large group in an area, and you're now disturbing the earth and digging up things and.
I got a 17.
17. You feel like you are able to that you've hidden the remnants of your campsite fairly well. Uh, you know, not too bad. It'll do. So
Let's get out of here, guys.
all right. So you slowly begin to make your way to the east of where you currently are. Going to make your way towards the Amber Road to hopefully make your trip a little quicker towards Zadash. That is where we are going to take our break. So, excellent. We will be back in a few minutes. So stick with us, and we will see where the second part of this journey will continue as our intrepid adventurers make their way to the Amber Road on their way to Zadash. We'll be back soon.
What?
Welcome back, everybody. So, we left off with all of you breaking camp after a very interesting, exciting morning of tracking down items that were trying to get away from you, essentially. Um, so currently, you are all on your way east of your current location. I'd like to know if you are all what kind of pace you are all moving at.
I say normal.
Okay. So I would like all of you. Actually, I would like a marching order, please. Who's in the
I'll go
front?
first.
Okay, so we got Phoebe in the front. Jarina next. Okay. Who's after Jarina? Rowan. After Rowan. Anyone? Bueller?
Who has the skull necklace? Is
Uh,
it Phoebe?
you don't know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go behind Phoebe.
Yes, Sora. Why do you need to know?
That was at a game that I asked.
Well, Jarina's after Phoebe, Rowan's after Jarina, and Leah's after Rowan. So who's after Leah?
I'll go after Leah.
Okay, Sora,
I'll follow that.
Squall, and
I'll
Galen.
be in the back.
All right, and Galen. Okay. And as usual, Cerberus is by your side, Sora. Um. All right, so Phoebe, I need you to make me a survival check, please. This is going to see how well you get back onto the main road from where you currently are.
Rolled a 12 plus 3, 15.
Okay. So you all begin to make your journey east from your location. Phoebe in the lead, starting to slowly make your way. Again, you are through some very thick brush and forest area, so it does slow your progress some. But you begin to make your way that way by mid morning. Sora.
Can I do sleight of hand check to see if I can surreptitiously feel Leah's bag for the necklace?
Sure. Make a sleight of hand check for me, Sora. And Leah, I need you to make a perception check for me. Sora, what'd you get?
12.
Well, what'd you get, Leah?
21.
21. As you're all walking and progressing through the forest, Leah, you watch as Sora very, very unsneakily is just like grabbing your pouch, starting to open it, your bag, and begin to actually start sticking her hand into your bag.
Did you lose something, Sora?
Oh, I was just checking to see if the necklace was safe. That's all.
Safe and sound. I got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You see Sora kind of look to the side and just kind of, meekly put her hands back where they belong.
Okay.
While we're walking, do I hear this transpire?
No, you are in the front, actually trying to make your way through and guide the rest of your companions. So you are 100% focused on traveling. You don't hear this.
Got it. While that's transpiring, obviously I don't hear it. I look back behind me to address Jarina. Jarina, while we're on watch tonight, do you think you could do a detect magic on Sora? I believe the necklace corrupted her. And this is all whispering.
I don't know how to do that.
Alright, I just thought I'd ask.
I will keep an eye out though when we do watch tonight.
Alright then.
Okay. You continue to move throughout most of the day without too much of an issue. Sora, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
17.
17. All right. So, uh, you start to, uh, you're making all of these plans on how to retrieve this necklace, from your companions. Obviously, you weren't sneaky enough prior to this. And then probably around, sometime around mid-afternoon, as you're traveling, uh, this you didn't realize it at first, but this fog seems to lift from your mind and kind of shake your head for a moment and start kind of looking around and start thinking to yourself, what why did I need that necklace so badly? I don't understand. It's fine where it is, and you seem to not be as obsessed with this necklace as you were a moment ago. In fact, the feeling that you got from it, especially after identifying it, and now that you know what it is, seems like a bad idea to actually try and continue going after this necklace the way you are. It's odd that you were doing it to begin with.
Considering that I know it's cursed and all of that, do I get to the point where I'm like, oh my god, that was stupid. This is what got me into trouble back in the city. How
Yeah.
impulsive I can be.
Yeah, you start to put two and two together and realize that, yeah, this was an effect of the necklace, and you should probably be a little more careful next.
Okay.
All right.
um,
All right. So you continue moving throughout the day. As you progress, and as you're getting to about um, a little, late afternoon, the sun is beginning to start to set. Not dark by any means. Um, Phoebe, you're the first one to start hearing it, but you start to hear what sounds like rushing water. Um, as you progress a little further, the sound definitely does get louder, and this is absolutely some kind of either stream, river, or some kind of large body of water. The rushing of the water seems pretty uh, pretty intense. Um, as you all make it to this section where you are all now starting to hear this rushing of water, you actually come to this break in the tree line, where the trees are not as dense, and it's a little easier to move through. As you progress another 25 to 30 feet from there, you actually now can see in front of you what looks like a waterfall, and that is falling into a river, a body of water, and that is blocked off by a number of stones, large stones and rocks. Not necessarily, it's not mountainous by any means, but there are like large boulders and hills that kind of. It's weird. It looks like it's actually blocking and damming off the river, and a lot of the area on the other side of this river. but the river seems to continue to keep flowing. It's really strange.
What direction is the river flowing in?
The river is flowing in a southern direction. But it is it's weird. The effect is that it almost seems like the river is disappearing into the stone. The stone itself doesn't seem to actually be stopping or slowing the river down.
Might I suggest a short rest to have something to eat and an apology from myself uh, as uh, as we try and figure out what's going on with this?
Yeah, is that an illusory boulder right there? I mean, it's not stopping the water.
Can I
No,
roll perception? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, you would have to get closer, and you can actually see that these rocks and stones and these hills actually do begin on your side of the river, and actually seem to actually block off much of the south, the southern area that you're coming from. But you would have to get closer to inspect it better.
I turn to the group. Do you want to inspect that right quick, or do you want to proceed?
Let's stop, like Sora said, and have a rest and a snack, and then we can check it.
All right then, let's take a break, and then we'll inspect that area.
Okay. So you're going to take a short rest. Okay. So for those of you that are able to gain anything from a short rest, you do so. If you need to heal up any hit points for any reason, you can use hit dice to do so. But um, take your short rest. It's about an hour. Um, and while you're taking the short rest, you start to look around a little more, and you start to get a better view of the area. And in addition to watching the strange river just seemingly just not be stopped by any of these rocks in its way, you start to see uh, signs of these large trees that you've been making your way around and through for the last couple of hours. In this area, there are a number of them that seem to be either have fallen over, or just have are just over time just are on the ground and beginning to kind of like rot and decay. Um, and there seems to be, the closer you get to the edge of this river, the more of these fallen trees there are.
Are they
Cool.
fallen or cut down?
Do you want to take time to inspect them?
Yes.
Okay. So you go over to some of the trees to inspect. Make an investigation check for me.
Nat 19 plus 2, 21.
Okay. So as you're looking around, the first tree that you come across that has fallen over, it seems that it's too old. Like it's been there for a while. It's decaying. You can't really get a lot of you can't discern anything because of that. So you kind of move a little closer towards the bank of this river to one of the other trees that actually doesn't look as decayed. And as you start checking and looking at it, um, the tree itself, like it doesn't look like it was like cut cleanly or anything. Like like nobody took an axe to this tree or anything. It looks like the tree itself like was broken in such a way that you can see like the jagged edges from the actual tree stump that's right next to it. And where it's fallen, it actually matches. So it looks like it just kind of like the tree was broken and then just fell from there. And you do see these strange gashes towards where the break is on this tree. Make a nature check for me, please.
You said nature?
Uh-huh.
When we're done with,
What was
I
that?
rolled a 16 plus 4 for nature, so not nat 20.
Okay. Is definitely some kind of large creature. Claws. Um, you're not entirely sure what kind of creature. But there's definitely these are claw marks. Um, on the break of this tree, and it looks like it's possible that whatever creature did this was able to fell this rather large tree. The tree itself, if it was together, you'd estimate it was probably about 7 to 8 feet tall, and was able to break this tree with one claw.
Do I see any trees that are freshly torn or broken?
This is the freshest one that you can find on the banks here. Um, but as you start to go, now that you know what to look for, and you start to go to some of the other trees, you can see similar claw marks on these trees now. And they seem to the more of the trees seem to be closer to the banks of the river, as if it's kind of clearing the way, um, more than from where you actually showed up.
Okay. I go back to the group while they're taking their short rest, and I go, we should stay clear of the river. I was doing some investigating, and I saw trees that were broken by a large creature. Claw marks, so I'm estimating it to be 7 to 8 feet tall, and it's leading towards the river.
No. The tree itself was 7 to 8 feet tall,
Oh,
not the
okay.
creature.
That I misheard. So I believe we should stay clear of the river and keep going.
before we continue, I just want to apologize to the group. Whatever we decide to do at this point, but I became ensorcelled by that foul amulet, and my impulsiveness has always gotten me into trouble, especially as a youngling. And this one time, I should have known better.
I suspected as much. You were extremely agitated, so I had a feeling that that necklace corrupted you.
I'm fine now, thankfully. I won't be touching it with bare hands again.
Off topic, but more on topic about how we're traveling. Don't we need to cross this river to get to the road?
You that is the direction you've needed to go. It's to continue going east. You would actually, yes, have to cross this river.
So, you think we can use a boat in a box and float across?
Can't we just
At
go
a
northeast?
Going northeast is actually the waterfall, and you would actually have to climb. You actually look towards the waterfall area and see that the land is actually like it's kind of tiered a little bit, but it starts to rise. And if you were to go northeast, you would actually have to do some climbing first. But there is it still looks like the waterfall would be something you'd have to cross or deal with if you go further up.
Leah,
Okay.
can we use your boat?
Of course we can. Let's find a
Alright,
nice safe place to cross.
as long as we stay clear of the waterfall.
Well, I'd like to get out of this entire area since you mentioned a giant creature.
Okay. I will say that you do. Most of you can see that the river is not that wide. It is maybe, I would say, 20 to 30 feet across. But you're unsure as none of you have actually gone over to the river and inspected it yet. You're not entirely sure how far it is or what how deep it is. None of those things.
Does it look like we could traverse it on foot?
Possibly. Again,
Depends how strong the current is, no?
you would also have to get a little. You'd have to get closer.
Who wants to inspect the water with me?
I think we should all go.
All right then.
All right. So, who's going over to inspect the river?
Let me see.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. So you said it's Jarena and Phoebe. Okay. Yes, Sarah.
I had a question about one of my spells. If making a path of ice with a ray of frost could be possible.
Well, before she does that, can I pick up a stick?
Yeah, there's plenty of sticks on the ground.
I pick up a stick as we approach the river, and I throw it in the river to test the current.
Okay. You throw the stick into the river, and you watch as almost immediately as the stick hits, the river carries the stick very quickly down the river, and it goes very very quickly. So you can see that the current is very fast.
So I turn to Sora and I go, Sora, how thick is the ice that you could produce?
Sora, roll an intelligence check for me.
$15.
15. You would know that Ray of Frost is just a cantrip. It's not a very powerful spell. The ice that it does create is not very thick and lasts momentarily, just enough for it to take the effect that it needs to take.
Okay, thank you. I don't think my ray of frost is going to help.
Are there no natural bridges that we can see?
All right, so you know what? I'm just gonna open up the map very quickly, and that way you have a visual. You can get a better visual of what you're looking at. So that very quickly. Currently, you are all right about here.
We see nothing.
Who's moving
Bottom
my
right corner.
Who's moving my trees? Stop moving my trees. I'm gonna hurt people.
I do have an idea, if possible, when I get the opportunity.
All right, hold on one second. I'm placing you all down, and then you can put yourselves. All right. If somebody keeps moving my trees, I'm gonna TPK this whole group.
Stop it, Comet.
It's not me. I'm just laughing that it keeps happening.
I'm gonna TPK this whole. I will drive this campaign off the road.
I don't know these people. I'm just here to find some answers.
Way to throw us under the bus. Thank you, Sarah.
All right.
I mean, Jarena.
Okay. So this is essentially. Let me. Get this better so everybody can see. All right, so that's essentially what you see at the moment. Um, the waterfall is currently over here. Give you a little better view there. You can see the waterfall directly to your left, right over here, as it falls in, and you can see the current stream. The path is going this way. These are the rocks that the water just seems to continue to flow and move. You don't see any natural bridges or paths through the water at the moment. Um, but you would have to figure out, in order to keep moving east, you would have to keep making your way this way, at the very least. And northeast will take you up this area here. And you would have to climb, but you would still have to contend with the waterfall and whatever water is above that.
So I have an idea. I can cast levitate on a person, and if they would be willing to carry Jarina, I can have Cerberus pull you across without getting wet. Squall, you can levitate as well, right?
Yeah. It's not very convenient, but it gets me out of some situations.
Do you think you can carry Leonara across?
Um, it's possible. It might be a bit difficult, and it might not be the most successful, but I can make the attempt.
Okay. And Rowan, what about changing into a large animal to carry me across?
I can be a large animal.
What do you all think of this idea?
Well, we do have to take into account how deep the water is.
And we have to figure out how, well, the levitation won't be a problem. It's Cerberus is strong enough, I think, to go against the current to pull along yourself and I think it was Jarina. The only problem would be Galen getting across.
Can't Squall ferry most of us across?
No, and I
No?
would know this. I don't think I would. I don't think I can. I carry while levitating, right?
You could. The problem with levitating, though, is you can only make yourself go up and down.
Right.
If you want to move yourself across anything, you would actually have to push yourself or pull yourself across, which would make carrying an extra person a little more difficult. Um, think of a helium balloon.
Got it.
That's what levitating is.
So I would be able to maybe carry my normal carrying weight, right? Or potentially struggle to carry something heavier, and then still need someone to push me. like,
Pretty much.
Well, I
yeah.
was thinking maybe Phoebe can use an arrow with a rope if there's a tree or something across the river that we can use.
I could try that.
I also can. I guess I'd be able to cast levitate upon myself, and it might take some time to ferry everyone across.
I also don't want to overload you. That's why I gave you. I suggested Leonara.
Did anybody inspect the rocks?
I
Not
said
yet.
you're clear because
Um,
because whatever tore up those trees is large.
okay.
And it's going towards the river. So we're staying away from there.
Okay, I'm gonna stealth there.
All right, so you're gonna stealth where, Galen? Can't hear you, Galen.
I'm moving myself to the rocks. I'm assuming they're over here.
Yeah, those are all the rocks. Yeah. So you're gonna stealth over to the rocks.
Yeah, like once I start getting close to the rocks, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna stealth.
Okay. Roll a stealth check for me.
$25.
Okay, you feel very well hidden as you kind of jump behind one of the larger rocks and kind of hide yourself behind there. Um, uh, and now I need you to make an investigation check for me as you get close up to these boulders and rocks.
4.
Or it's odd. You can actually see the water of the river hitting the rocks, creating the foam that you would expect as water is hitting something, but rather. And so you're saying to yourself, I don't understand. Obviously, the rocks are blocking the water. It's making the foam stuff that water makes when it hits rocks. But the water is still going. It doesn't make sense. You don't understand. You're not getting it.
I take a rock and I toss it at the bigger rocks.
Okay, you take a stone, you chuck it, it hits one of the bigger rocks, bounces off of it, falls into the water. Put your hand on it. It's solid. The rocks are solid. They are rocks. They are boulders.
All right.
They're very big. They're there.
All right, I'm going to cautiously walk across.
You're gonna start making your way across. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
But very cautiously, because everybody keeps saying that the rocks are just going right through, the water's going right through.
Okay.
So I'm just making sure, like, watching my steps, occasionally using, like, my quarterstaff to kind of poke ahead, see if rocks are stable or if rocks are there.
Okay. All right. So you make it the first. You start to step into the water. It's nice. It's very cool, very cold water. That's for the first 5 feet. For the next 10 feet, you go and you stick your quarterstaff into the water, and you find a couple of things. The first thing is that the water itself doesn't seem to be too deep. It seems maybe at this point it's at least ankle deep. But you have to actually make an athletics check for me.
I thought he was crossing on top of the rocks.
Yeah, I was crossing on top of the rocks.
The boulders, they're about 20 to 25 feet high. So you would actually have to climb up on them. Do you want to climb up on them and then crawl?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they look solid.
Oh, okay. I thought you were crossing in the water. I apologize. So.
Oh, I want to see if this natural bridge actually is a natural bridge. Uh-oh.
Okay. So I would probably say so. In that case, make me an athletics check, to climb up the rocks.
All right, that's a 15.
15. Okay. It takes almost all of your movement as these rocks are. I mean, they're many jagged. There's plenty of places for you to grab onto, and actually push yourself off. But it takes you a good maybe 5-10 minutes just to climb up to the top, and then you get to the top and you're a little bit winded. And you kind of see down, and now you can get a really good picture of this waterfall, and it's beautiful. Like, it's a beautiful waterfall. The river is rushing towards you, You can see the foam of the water as it's hitting the rocks. And you start to make your way across. I will say, because well, the first thing is it is definitely considered difficult terrain, because it is not like a straight path. It is just many jagged and random different sized rocks and boulders just kind of pieced together in this way. You don't know exactly why or how. So it's going to be difficult terrain, and I'm going to need you to make let's see, a general dexterity check for me as you begin to make your way over.
19.
18. Okay. Uh, you start to slowly make your way over these rocks, and you get to about here. And as you put your foot down, you watch as some of the rocks that you put down, all of a sudden they shift, and they start to fall into the water. And thankfully, you didn't put all your weight down. You bring your foot back. There was no chance of you actually tripping and falling as these rocks fall. But you start to now take a look, and you look down at where you're walking, and you see that many of these rocks seem to be just kind of placed precariously here. So you can continue moving forward, but you would have to make additional checks to make sure. You don't know if the rest of your party would actually be able to make it up this way, considering how precarious a lot of these rocks are. But you absolutely feel confident that you could probably do it. Would you like to keep moving forward?
Yeah, I'd like to keep moving forward, but I'd like to kind of like wave at people saying, I'm passing through it, but there is some of these rocks that are very loose. I'm going to see if I can get all the way across.
Are the rest of you saying anything, doing anything while Galen is doing this?
I'm
just
waiting for
waiting.
everybody to just decide on whether or not my idea is doable.
I still like boat in a box.
Boat box, boat
All right.
box.
So Galen, you continue moving forward. Make another dexterity check for me, please. Actually, this would be a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, hold on. Let me re-roll that again. $16.
16. Um, as you move forward, you can definitely see a little more now. Um, and you are able, just as you are able to, as you're about to put your foot down on a piece of rock, you look down and see that, oh, there is nothing actually underneath this rock. This rock is actually being held by a rock on this side and a rock on either side of it. And if you were to actually put your foot down on it, the rock probably would have just fell, and you would have fell and tumbled into the water along with it. Um, but noticing this, you are able to sidestep it, step over it, and continue to make your way to the other side without much of an issue. And just as you get about almost to the other side of this area, you can now start to see the other side, the shore area. And you can see additional broken trees at the shoreline on this side of the shore, as well as what seems to be almost like it looks like this small area of rocks and dirt that are in hold on a second, let me show you, like right over here in this area, where I guess for lack of a better term, it's kind of like a kiddie pool of this river, where you can definitely see like the rocks and dirt underneath. It's maybe a half an inch to an inch of water. Um, and it seems to be some kind of like runoff for this river. But outside of that, you can see the rest of the shore over here. Some additional fallen trees, and you can see that the rest of the forest seems to continue maybe about 25 or 30 feet um, if you continue moving forward.
Okay. I'm gonna wave to the group because I'm sure they can't hear me now, but I'm gonna wave saying like I'm fine, and I'm going to get off this rock and like continue inspecting I'm going to inspect this area a bit.
Okay, make another athletics check for me, please.
8.
8. Ooh, okay. As you are climbing down off of these rocks, you grab a rock for a to grab onto as you're falling down, and it comes loose, and you begin to fall backwards and smack right into the river, um, right before you actually get to the area that you were trying to get to. I need you to make strength saving throw.
Nat 20 plus 2, which is 22.
Okay, well, that's good because as you fall into this river, you can now feel the incredible force of this river, and you begin to be pushed towards the rocks. And you know, in a split second, you start to say to yourself, "Well, this can't be too bad. I'll just be pushed against the rocks." And all of a sudden you feel your legs, you feel the ground underneath your legs as you're being pulled towards the river disappear, and now your legs are free floating in the water, not touching any kind of ground on the water. And you realize instantly, as you actually grab this boulder that is jutting out of the water and hold on for dear life, the reason why the water is actually continuing to run is not because the rocks are magical or anything like that. There seems to be some kind of cut at these rocks that continues downward into possibly some kind of underground river, and you were almost pulled into that underground river. If you wouldn't have rolled that strength saving throw the way you did, that would have been an interesting continuation of this session today. But thankfully, you are able to pull yourself up onto this boulder, and pull yourself out of the foam and the rocks. Um, get onto it, and you realize that in order for you to get to the other side, you're gonna have to leap. So I need you to make another. This is gonna be an athletics check for me.
I keep switching between good and bad. So last was, of course, 22, but this one's now 5.
Okay. So you leap 5 feet into this area, and you don't think it's going to be much of a problem, but you definitely want to steer clear of the foam and that area itself. And as you leap off of this boulder, your foot slips off of the boulder as it is wet and it coated in water, and you slip. And as you slip, you go face first into the water. You do make it the 5 feet, but you do fall, hit the rocks in this inch and a half of water, and you do take 4 bludgeoning damage as you just basically you smack your face into the rocks underneath this water. But you are not in any danger of being pulled into the rushing river that will go into an underground river. Jarina and Phoebe, you actually see some of this. But none of you outside of Galen know anything about this underground river situation. Only Galen knows this. But Phoebe, and Jarina, you did see him climb over the rocks, climb down, fall, grab onto a boulder, get on the boulder, jump, and then just face plant into the water on the other side of the shore.
Out of game, Tarius's camera froze.
Yeah, I froze, so I didn't even hear anything you said.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just
We
describing.
didn't hear anything.
How you fell.
Yeah, I was just describing to everyone what they saw. That they saw you climb over, you fell in the water, jumped up on a boulder, and then jumped again and face planted into the water.
I stand there, I'm slowly shaking my head.
Okay.
I get up. What do I see?
Okay, so you currently see.
Me judging you so fucking hard, it's not even funny.
Well, you don't see that because you're pretty far, but you can feel the intense staring of the judgment. But yeah, you just get a better confirmation of this little outlet of water, and again, it's maybe half an inch to an inch deep. You can clearly see, the rocks and stones underneath this, and you can see also that the forest does continue from this area.
All right.
So while that is happening, what is everybody else doing?
Boat in a box? Levitation? What are we doing?
I'd say that the boat in the box is safer.
The
Because we don't
current
want
does look strong, though, so we're all gonna have to really fight against that current.
Well, it can't be worse than that enchanted miracle that we had a couple months back.
Well, being smashed on those rocks might be worse. Just saying.
I kind of yell to the group, like as loud as I can. If you shoot an arrow, with a rope on it, wherever it lands over here, I'll pull it and try to secure it down here. That's what I yell.
Jarina and Phoebe, Rowan, Squall, Leah, and Sora, you hear nothing. Phoebe and Jarina, make perception checks for me, as you are attempting to hear him over the rushing sounds of the water.
The levitation idea, it's relatively risk-free. I'll either be...
Oh, what about the animals?
Maya can fly.
Yeah. Are all the animals incapable of traversing this? I mean, I can ferry the animals too, as long as I can carry them.
The current is really strong.
That's my only concern. I got 11 in total.
Okay, Jarina?
I got a 13.
Okay, you both heard.
I look at Trina and I'm like, what the devil is he saying?
I've got no idea.
I don't think there's any animal I couldn't ferry, right? We don't
What
have
about
any.
Cerberus?
Is he?
Cerberus is rather large.
Yeah, Cerberus is a direwolf.
Could the direwolf not deal with that current?
If you saw, if
She
you
would
saw,
have to make a strength check, I think.
if you saw Galen fall on his ass, then I'm concerned about how.
If Galen can do it, I'm more confident in the direwolf.
Well, he certainly wasn't graceful about it. Which is
Yeah. My sentiment still stands.
I'm just concerned about the party's safety. I don't think we can fight against the current, so I believe we should use the boat.
Galen makes hand signs. Like I point at Phoebe. I kind of do like the sort of arrow thing, like shoot here.
Oh, okay.
Not at me, just shoot here.
Okay.
I don't care what I have to roll, but
All right. Well, no, you're.
I'm a turkey. Kill me.
Yeah, you're making hand signals and hand gestures. Phoebe and Jarina, make perception checks for me. Because there is rushing water, there's foam, there's water being sprayed everywhere. So you have to really kind of focus to try and see what he's trying to say to you. Phoebe, what'd you get?
12.
Jarina?
17.
17. Okay. Between the two of you, you're starting to get the idea of what he's saying. He's definitely saying something about shooting a bow. Right? And so you're trying to kind of piece it together. You get a general idea of what he's trying to say, but no details are coming through. Just a general idea. All right. It's at this point, Galen, that you start to hear make a stealth check for me, please.
Wow.
that is a 27. I rolled a nat
He really
20.
did.
And plus 7.
Okay.
I saw that roll just hit super high. I was like, what?
All right. So yeah. So Galen, while you are standing there and you're just trying to kind of give an idea to Jarina and Phoebe what you want them to do, you begin to hear this, and you immediately just duck down, try to get behind some of the larger rocks in that area, and try to make yourself as hidden as possible, not knowing what the sound is. Nope, you are not on the boulders, my friend. You are down on the ground. And what happens here, as you are trying to get an idea of what's going on, you start to hear a rustling amongst the trees just north of you. And start to just watch, and you continue to hear this grunting, like, and then you hear what sounds like, and you hear something fall over. Sounds like a tree. And then immediately, you watch as this creature starts to lumber out of this rather large creature, starts to lumber out of the tree line. It comes over to this small inlet, and you watch as it just kind of looks around, and it just begins drinking from this area. Does not seem to have seen you.
I'm just gonna stay where I am. Not doing it. And I'm just glad that the group can't understand what the fuck I'm saying.
Okay.
Or so you think.
So meanwhile, Jarina and Phoebe, you don't see this yet. Um, you definitely watched Galen start flailing his arms, doing bow things, turned around, ducked down, and just disappeared. Like you just don't see him anymore. But there's a lot of foam, like there's a lot of foam and water rushing, so you're not entirely sure where he disappeared to.
Did he get washed away?
I don't think so. He was just fine just a moment ago. Um, I wanna. I'm gonna look at Maya, and I'm going to imagine her flying up in the air to search for Galen, and then come back.
Okay. Make a persuasion check for me.
That's a 19.
Okay. So, you go over to Maya and you start trying to impart this to her through the connection that you have. And as you do, you get the impression that she does understand what you're trying to tell her. She just kind of like, and she kind of, and then starts to take off towards towards the area. She's tiny, so you watch as she begins to fly off into the area, and it looks like it's gonna take her some time to actually get across. Um, so when she actually gets to the middle of the area, you do watch as she falls. Doesn't fall, but she actually lands a little bit on top of some of the rocks. And it looks like she like takes a moment to kind of rest her wings. Um, and she begins to fly once more towards the area and starts to kind of look around. I'm going to roll a stealth check for her. And as she starts kind of floating around and starts looking, um, you all don't actually see this except for you, Galen. You do watch that you see that she is actually flying around above you. Doesn't seem like she actually sees you, Galen, but that creature does notice her and begins stand. Doesn't stand up, but just kind of gets up on its hind legs and just starts pawing at the ground. Ah, ah, and then Maya immediately bolts and begins to fly back. Now this creature starts moving towards that area where Maya was. It is now actively sniffing, and it seems like it is now searching.
Do I know what this creature is?
Make a nature check for me, please.
12.
12, you have no idea. It is big. It is, from what you can see, it's maybe furry or hairy. You're not entirely sure. It's not close enough yet because you are trying to hide more than anything else. In fact, I need you to make another stealth check, please.
$21.
21. Okay. It has stopped for the moment, and it continues to just sniff around, look around, and paws at the ground a couple of more times, tears up the ground very, very quickly around it, bends over, continues to drink from this area, uh, but doesn't move, stays where it actually moved to.
I'm just gonna keep quiet.
Okay. Jarina, when Maya gets back, she seems very agitated. Um, she telepathically kind of shows you what she saw. She didn't see Galen, but she did see this large creature that scared her, and she flew right back immediately on the other side.
Okay, I am going to nuzzle her a little bit and try to comfort her. And I'm going to describe to Phoebe kind of what she showed me.
Yeah, she didn't get a very good look. Like from her perspective, um, it's just some kind of. It's pretty large. It looks brown. And it did look like it stood up. And that's when it scared her and she flew away.
Got it. Yeah, that's what I'd kind of tell Phoebe.
Okay. All right, so what's the plan, folks?
If we need to get over there quickly, so I would suggest the boat. It would take too much time with the levitation idea.
I don't even think the boat would be a good idea because it may take us too long. It'll leave us too vulnerable. Is there a way to get up the rocks up there and maybe go over the top of the waterfall?
My only suggestion is if I were to shoot a rope across the way high enough, we could possibly.
All right, so I just want to give you a better overview of what you're looking at, so maybe it gives you a better idea of how to plan for this. Okay, so what you see here, this obviously this is the bank of the river on your side, right? Here is the river where you actually don't know how deep or how shallow it is. Here in the middle are some outcroppings of large rocks and boulders that are actually sticking out of the water. Um, this is the waterfall itself. Over here is it's a similar inlet to the other side where it's maybe about an inch, maybe half an inch deep, but it is filled with water. And on and then there is about right here is you're looking at maybe a 40 to 50 foot climb to get up to this area. And then there's you're not entirely sure what's up here, but you would definitely this is where there's more water and where the waterfall is being fed from. And then obviously these are the rocks and boulders, large rocks, boulders, and hills that are essentially what look like they're blocking the river and movement around it. Because the rest outside of it, even though it's not on the map, this is all rock and boulder for as far as you can see.
So, I may not be an expert, but a boat doesn't have many ways to go in a rushing river. So, again, outside of levitation, teleportation, or potentially building a bridge, some of us might actually be better off just hop, skip, and a jump like Galen over there. I don't know. I could go back and forth casually at this rate. We don't seem that boat hasn't come out yet, so I don't see it coming out. And well, who wants to go for a little float?
Well,
I'll
my only
float.
concern is being dragged by the current if we were to fall like Gillian did.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
but with those
fine.
rocks-
Anybody who's acrobatic here? Anybody got a little light step?
But here's the thing, with the rocks, and I point at the rocks jutting out in the middle of the river,
Mm-hmm.
that boat is not. If the current is rushing that fast, it's gonna take the boat right into those rocks.
I have a question for the DM.
Yes.
From where me and Jarina are standing, how far? What's the distance between us and this formation right here?
Okay, so, and for future reference, unless I say otherwise, whenever you see a grid map like this, each of the
5
boxes are 5 feet. So,
So about 10 feet.
more like 15 to 20.
Anybody want to help me knock down some trees to make a bridge?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. That tree in front of us, how?
It's already it's sticking in the river already, and it doesn't seem like the current has pulled it because the roots are still stuck in the ground. That particular tree.
If I were to get closer to the middle of the tree with some help, would I be able to move it into a position where we can walk across it to the rock formation?
You can certainly try.
Who wants to help me move this tree so we can get across to the rock formation?
Something I could be useful in. I just spit on my hands and get ready to get a little dirty.
All right. It's still attached to the roots, so we have to get a bit closer to the mid way of the tree, so try not to fall in.
I'm not too worried about falling in.
I'll help.
Okay. All right. So
If I transmute into a draft horse, would that be helpful?
I'm sure there's a couple of things that would be helpful. You can transmit.
My only concern is that room-wise, although we do need as much strength as we can get, we don't want to take up too much space to move it.
Okay.
In other words, I don't want us stumbling over each other.
Well, you can tie it to me, and I can pull it.
I was just gonna say, what's the strongest thing you can turn into, Rowan?
That's it.
Okay. Maybe we give that a try then, instead of all of us, you know.
Well, she can pull while a couple of us push.
Mm-hmm.
Alright then.
Nay!
okay. So it sounds like you have a plan. So Rowan, you transform into a draft horse. Who has rope?
I believe I have some rope.
Everyone has rope.
Okay.
Yeah. Question, DM.
Yes.
Can we see the creature from where we are?
You all cannot enter at this moment.
Okay.
What about me? What is it doing on my end?
It is sitting on the shore, occasionally drinking water from this inlet, and it seems like it's still sniffing around and looking around. It's very strange. It has this odd looking face that doesn't seem to actually belong on its body. Very odd looking creature.
Do I know half of it? Because in real life, I know what it is.
Yeah.
But does my character know
Part
of it?
Your character has never encountered a creature like this. And you already rolled to see if you knew, so you actually don't know. But it just
Okay.
it looks super crazy, weird, and odd to you. Like it doesn't have a mouth that you could see, but it does look like it has a beak. It's just it's odd. It's just very, very odd. Especially considering that it looks like it's very furry. But all right, so Rowan, you transform, you wild shape into a draft horse. It is there is rope attached to you. You attach to the tree. and very easily, without much of an issue, you are actually able to move the tree in such a way that it does begin to make somewhat of a bridge for your group. But you can start to see that in doing so and in moving, the roots have torn away from the ground somewhat. They're still in the ground, but they are definitely the ground around it has loosened up, and that the now that a lot of the front of the tree, the middle of it is actually in the middle of the rushing water. That the water is has nowhere to go but to push against the tree. So you feel like you have probably a limited amount of time before the tree actually starts to get moved by this water. So what are you gonna do?
Nay!
And it's only made about half of a bridge, right? There was still about.
Yeah, it's only it'll definitely get you if you move quick enough to the middle to that outcropping of rocks, but you still have to contend with the other half.
Nay!
Okay,
On
as you watch as the tree slightly shifts.
Nay! Nay! Nay!
So is it like a 5 feet space between that and the rock formation then?
5.5.
What do you mean?
Because you said like half the trees are in the water, not touching the rock formation, right?
Oh no. All right. So the front of the tree is on the rock formation. You were able to shift it and pull it, so it is now on the rocks in the middle of the water. The middle of the tree is sitting in the river, so it's almost acting like a dam. And so you just now have all of this water being forced against this tree, and it's got nowhere to go but to push this tree. So that's why the tree is now slightly shifting, because it's acting like a dam for this very, very powerful force of water.
I could go across the other side. With Galen's help, myself, and a little help of my echo, we can form a bit of a human extension to help you guys across the other way.
Couldn't you take a rope and just like secure it to something over there so that we could just like, use the rope to get the rest of the way?
Yeah, Galen, I think's been sign language, something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Well-
can your Echo and Galen help with that? Like all three of you hold the rope while we go across? Like we don't
I
have a lot
argue,
of time.
yes, but that still requires someone to make a move. As again, I have the most options here.
I am happy to try this out.
You watch the
I'm gonna get on the tree.
You watch the roots of the tree start to rip and crack and break slowly as the tree once again shifts. So who's jumping on the tree?
Whoever's not agile or the ability to transform into something a little bit more functional, start moving.
All right,
I'm going.
anybody's jumping on the tree, better do it now.
I'm doing it
Yep.
now.
I'm going.
I'm going to. I have feline agility.
Okay, so I heard.
I would just hop across.
All right, so Jarina goes. And Phoebe goes, and then Leah says she was going. All right, so at this point in time, there needs to be some room for people on the rock formation. Otherwise, people are just going to be hanging out on the tree as it's being pushed on the river.
While everybody starts to make a move across, I'm going to get a little running start and kind of kick myself off and levitate across to the other side, so I get a nice little momentum with it.
Okay.
And you know,
All right.
Yeah.
I will say, make an athletics check for me.
Am I
Yep.
allowed to move myself or?
Yeah, you can move yourself. Just don't move my trees.
yeah, fuck.
Not moving.
11.
11.
Yeah, of course.
You get to about here, and you're just kind of floating, hovering above the water. Leah, are you moving on to the rocks?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Someone push me. I lost momentum.
You are above the water. Yeah, you definitely need somebody to push you or pull you.
Here, I'll just like extend my foot down so they can get a little leverage on my foot.
I take out my rope and like make a lasso and I'll throw it at him.
Okay, make a. Jeez, there's a lot of athletics checks today. Make an athletics check for me to see if you can throw it as far as he needs it.
I rolled a 6.
I do the same thing
Hold on, Jarena, you throw it, and
You're
it
not
just
going to use your bow?
goes. Eh.
to shoot him.
Yeah, you throw the rope, Jarena. It just goes in front of you and just drops into the water.
Can I just reduce my height and then kick off the rocks again?
Well, there's no rocks.
Wait,
There's no rocks below you, and you're unsure how deep the water is there. But you can certainly try.
Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna try what Trina attempted to help him out here.
All right. The tree shifts once more.
I don't plan on hanging out on the street. I just want to touch base and then jump onto the rocks and keep going.
Okay, yeah, you're so Jarena, Leah, and Phoebe are currently on the rocks. Rowan is a horse. And Sora and Cerberus are still on the shore. And Squall is hanging out, floating over the water.
My plan as a horse. Would you like to hear it, or does someone else want to talk right now?
Can I try the lasso thing like Trina did on Squall?
You'd have to get to the edge of the rock formation that you're on before you can try it, but yes.
Okay, give me a quick moment.
All right, so Rowan, what is your plan?
My plan as a horse is to try to ford, swim, and leap onto the rocks on the left-hand side of the tree, not the right-hand side, because I can see that's going to give away any second now.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna make my rope into a lasso and throw it around Squall.
Okay, make an athletics check for me.
You said athletics?
Yes.
17.
17? Okay, that's enough. Squall, Phoebe throws the rope at you, and you're able to grab it as she throws it to you. Phoebe starts to pull you in. Phoebe, it's like...
I start moving back so he can have room to land.
Okay.
Just push me. I don't want to land. I just need to get across.
As I'm seeing this, what has the creature moved at all?
No. It seems very intent on staying where it is currently, and it's still occasionally sniffing around. As a matter of fact, make another stealth check for me, please.
$16.
16? Okay. It sniffs around a little bit. It moves a little further towards the east. And then sits and continues to drink water. All right, Rowan, if you're going to do this, now's the time.
Nay!
Make an athletics check for me, please, as you have to now push through the water. It's definitely going to be a little easier, but you have no idea when this tree is going to give way.
I'm not climbing on the tree. I'm fording.
No, I understand, but at any moment, this tree could smack right into you as you're moving past it.
But I'm moving to the left of it.
You're
Wouldn't
moving.
it be pushed to the right?
Oh, okay, my bad. All right, but you are still actually moving against the force of the water pushing into you.
Well, good thing that the horse has a strength of 18.
Okay, so roll athletics for me. So it'll be for you. It'll be a d20 plus the horse's strength modifier.
So I have to add the strength modifier,
Of
or
the
it's a
of
acrobatics.
strength.
Okay. So, yeah, that's a 9 because it's the plus, right? That I
Yes.
add to it.
Yes.
So 9.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a 5.
Okay. So you get into the water, and immediately you find yourself pushed up against the tree, unable, due to the force of the water pushing up against the tree, to make your way past this tree. And you are, at the moment, you are currently wedged between the water and the tree. Sora, what are you doing?
Great.
I am going to take the rope out of my pack,
Mm-hmm.
give one end to Cerberus to grab in her mouth,
Uh-huh.
and I'm going to tell her to go across the tree as quickly as she can. I cast levitate on myself, and then I will pull myself along the rope.
Make an animal handling check for me, please.
Of course, it's a 9.
9. Cerberus grabs the rope in her mouth, and before you can actually grab it, she runs across the tree, uh, onto the rocks, leaving you on the other side.
Nay.
Okay, Rowan, I need you to.
Is it trailing in the water?
No, she grabbed it, and before you could grab it, she took off with it in her mouth. So it's on the rocks with her currently.
She's such a good girl.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay,
Can somebody grab the rope from her mouth and throw it to me?
Rowan, I need you to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
$21.
21. All right, so you all hear this loud breaking sound as the last of the roots tear free from the ground, pushing this tree into the rocks. Rowan, as this happens, you use your horse strength to take one final leap onto the rocks, where Squall and Phoebe are currently standing, and you run and jump right on top of them. I need Phoebe and Squall to make dexterity saving throws for me, please.
And I thought I was making a fool of myself.
We done
That's not
playing
good.
good.
Phoebe, what did you get?
16?
Squall?
6.
6. Okay, so Rowan lands on both of you. Phoebe, you're able to dodge out of the way in time to not take the full brunt of this uh, large horse body just falling on you. You take, hold on a second. Uh, you take 3 bludgeoning damage from Rowan's. Squall, you take 6 bludgeoning damage, and you are considered grappled as this large horse is now essentially on top of you.
Oh my god.
You all look around, and you also realize that there is no room for anyone else on this area. And Sora is still on the other side. As you realize this, and Galen, you are watching what's going on, you hear and you look up and you go, oh, is it getting closer? And you see, no, it's still sitting there, but it cocks its head to the side in the direction that it originally came from. And you watch as another one of these creatures comes through the forest, through the trees, makes its way onto the other more eastern area, places itself onto this like the bank of this area, moves a little closer to the other creature, kind of like sniffs it for a moment, and then also begins to drink water. Jesus. And it's about this time, Galen, that you realize that this is definitely a lot more difficult and a lot more problematic than you expected it to be. The rest of you on these rocks are also starting to feel this way. And Sora, you're just trying to figure out at this point how the hell you're actually going to get to the anywhere, as you are now alone on this side of the embankment. And this is where we're going to actually call it for the evening.
Great, I got a horse on top of me.
I'm having flashbacks of Oregon Trail.
We're being mocked by owl bears.
Well, at least you're not dying of dysentery.
I would prefer that over having a horse on top of me.
I say sorry in horse.
All I feel is condescension.
So that is where we're going to call it for the evening. Wow, I love you guys so much.
Can't even get across the river.
This is classic. This is classic D&D. This is what D&D is all about, folks. It's not about fights. It's not about fantasy math. It's about taking 2 hours to figure out how to get across a river. Okay?
It's about the mayhem.
That is the entertainment and the content you come here for, folks. This is classic Dungeons and Dragons.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm there?
Not at all. I am being 100% truthful. This is what Dungeons and Dragons is all about. Okay? This is why I love you guys so much. Because I just love watching all of this and figuring out what the hell are they going to do next.
No one can make a situation go tits up like we do.
Especially when you don't think to change back from a horse to to jump over. It's just no.
I thought about it, and then I thought, even though I'm not supposed to know this, I know there are owl bears over there, and I'm gonna need that extra strength if I gotta face an owl bear.
No, this is. Oh my god, this is so good. This is why I love the game like I do. It is situations just like this. Oh
This
my
is what I
god.
spend my days doing in Baldur's Gate.
So you don't learn anything there either, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. All right, so thank you again to my wonderful players. Amazing and crazy as they are. Uh, you just this. Oh my god. I just can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Um, I can't wait to see what happens next week. It's no. It's
Me neither.
yeah. You went from dangerous pursuit, dangerous insects to will they be able to cross the river? Let's find out.
Next time on
Yeah,
Dragon Ball Z.
it's I love it. Dungeons and Dragons. This is what it's all
How
about.
many D&D players does it take to get across a river?
Literally.
Apparently
Literally.
Apparently not 7.
No,
We'll find
no.
out next
Well,
week.
not even 7.
The answer is as many as it takes. That is the answer. So with that, so very quickly, thank you all for watching this incredibly crazy session. That makes it all worthwhile every time we play D&D. Thank you so much for watching and supporting us. I want to do some very quick shout outs to folks before we finish up, and I also have a quick announcement. The announcement is that Comet, who plays Phoebe, she will be playing Phasmophobia on her channel, which is Comet Light 468. That's COMITLIGHT 468 on Twitch TV. She will be playing Phasmophobia on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're not going to be watching any other streams, if you're not going to catch Talking with the DM at 6 p.m., you can absolutely catch Phoebe Comet playing Phasmophobia on Sunday, especially if horror games are your bag. So definitely want to catch her do
So
that.
if you want to see me piss myself, then hop on by.
Yeah, absolutely. Our shout outs, let's see. Kiriana, thank you for your follow. We definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tyrion Sage, thank you for hosting the channel and rating the channel. Absolutely appreciate you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ion Nuke, thank you for cheering the bits that you did. Very, very appreciate it. Appreciate the support there. Ty Dynamite, thank you so much for the sub and also happy birthday. Want to make sure that everybody knows that Ty Dynamite, it's his birthday. So thank you so much and happy birthday.
He is level 27.
Nice. And the last shout out for the evening. Well, actually not for the evening, but Burger Mix. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate that, and we appreciate you as well. Also want to, as always, thank my patrons, Grant Wilson and Southern Twist, so much for being patrons on Patreon. Again, amazing supporters, and they're both of them I hope are still, it looks like they're, at least one of them is still in the is still in the chat. But thank you again, Grant Wilson and Southern. We do absolutely appreciate that support that you're giving us, and we hope that you're still enjoying the content, because as long as you all keep enjoying it, we'll keep doing it. All right, so with that, we're gonna close for the evening. As we close out, we are going to raid a fellow supporter of the channel. Very quickly, I'm just going to see who is. Let's see. Oh yeah, we have Ion Nuke. So we will be raiding Ion Nuke. So please give some love to Ion Nuke. And as we close out, please again, be good to yourself, be good to others, take care of others, and don't forget. More importantly, please take care of yourselves. It's super important nowadays. And even as things slowly begin to get better, never forget to take care of yourself and take care of others. It's how we're going to get through any of our issues, and just community lifting each other up. That's what's going to do it. All right. So thank you again, and we will see you next time. Take care.